What's now a whisper once was a song. A fire can only burn for so long. Swallow a black pearl each time you cross my mind. Your love might be poison and my weakness is hard. Sometimes it's not the beauty, but the ugly we adore.
Sunbeams of light, breaking clouds in the sky. closes the door on the night. There are times we feel alive, but others the day just drags on.
It's alive. Everything I'm feeling, the way I'm wired, everything I know. You and I make believe you're feeling. Meet me in my sleep. Nosebleeds and extra. Place your bets on me. Was I what you need? I know nothing that I see. I know what I know. You will always make your own truth. I know what you are. Everything good I wanted. All the time, I'm learning not to need you. Hesitate, if it's when you can't control. You never cry, but you sink too deep and watch me as I go. You taught me all I know what I am. Nothing that matters to you. I know what I am now. You will always make your own truth. I know what you are. Everything good I wanted, I'm aware.
Fun times. Here I am missing my cues. Hi, Madame Maledicta here. You just heard some phenomenal music, right? That first track, Karen Park. Oh my God. I love Karen Park. They're so awesome. Like, just an awesome artist. And on Pelagic Records, which is a strange kind of surprise to me in some ways. That's Alcest's publicist label. I'm not sure what you want to call them. Sorry, my veils drive me nuts. You know what? Things are things are always going sideways somehow. Hi. So yeah, that Karen Park, I found that looking for tracks for my Doom show. I just check out all the labels. Sorry, I gotta straighten my mascot. You want to see him? You see my mascot? Yeah, you do. My mascot lives on my microphone. This little tiny birdie. It's not actually. It's big. Lives on my microphone, and I have a large number of terrible birds because I love birds. I don't know if you knew. I used to own a bunch of parrots. I can't get this over. Well, maybe I can. Okay, let's see if I can get this on camera. I have a griffin eagle on the microphone as well. I have to move my headphones so you can see it. Let's see if you can see it here. Well, okay, come on, guy. Come on. It's not going to do it. Let's see if I can turn the computer. Oh, this is daunting. Can you see my eagle? You see my guy? I don't know. Hey, you know what? I'm not taking him off there because he was hard to get on there. I just stretched his little feet. It was not nice. It was plastic bird cruelty. Yeah. Hi. I keep saying that because hi. So I apologize that simulcast is not happening on Eardrum Buzz. I uploaded the full music playlist because it isn't possible to run that many apps at once on my computer and not have a crash. You need here's some background information. Not that nobody needs to know this. Who cares? But you need a thing called Icecast, and then you need OBS Studio, which is what I use to simulcast YouTube. It's a very handy program. And then you have to use a VLC encoder to do the thing. You gotta download every one of the videos to do a simulcast. It's daunting. Yeah, so to use VLC, I have not figured out how to get it to feed straight from YouTube anyway. And I would have to be, I tried it with just the, I'm running these three things all at once, and it crashed everything. So I have decided that it's better to do the YouTube cast and then replay it on Eardrum Buzz the next week so that you can get the live stuff, because it can't do the live stuff simultaneously. It doesn't quite work, which is a shame. But and that also clears up a lot of work, so it's a good thing. I can just download the playlist video from YouTube and put it in the radio station and play it as one long stream. And you can go to the chat replay for the links and the background info and live chat because I can't do it on YouTube anymore. I can't, sorry, not YouTube. Brain. I can't do it on Twitter anymore because they have restricted that capability because thanks, Elon Musk. Aren't you a charmer? Anyway, hi. So today's broadcast is the Rooted Show. And I have been doing Rooted for a little bit now. About a year. And 9 months to a year. I think. Hopefully I'm not getting my timelines all crossed up. I'm bad at numbers. And time is a number. Yeah. Like to wit. I have a watch that doesn't work. Because I wear watches and then they break. So, hold on a sec here. I gotta make something stop. Stop. Okay, there we go. This is the hot life right here. Anyway, I've got a watch that's broken. And I had a horrible friend who is not a friend. If you have a friend like that, you don't need enemies. You don't need hell. You don't need a devil. It's all right in one package. Fantastic. Anyway, so he bought me a watch for my birthday. And knowing that I am bad at reading clocks, analog clocks, I've had trouble with that since I was a little kid. And he thought, really, honestly, as a person of numbers, if I buy you a watch, well, then you'll have to learn. Sorry, Charlie. That didn't work when I was little either. It's a big surprise. Anyway, so what happened was the awesome thing that happens amongst relatives of my mom's family. The watch just does weird stuff like runs slow, runs fast, runs backwards, does weird stuff, and then breaks, which is exactly what it did. And yes, it was a very nice, expensive Precision Timeworks watch. And leopard print things. I used to wear it anyway. I liked that it didn't tell the time, but that people thought I had the time. People stomp me and say, "Excuse me, do you have the time?" I'd say, or they'd ask me, "What time is it?" I'd be like, "It's the eternal now." And they would look at me, "But you have a watch. Don't be smart with me." And I'd show them, I'd be like, "It doesn't work." They'd be like, "Why are you wearing it?" And I'd say, "Because it's not a watch, it's a bracelet. It's just a really pretty bracelet." All watches are really pretty bracelets in my world. And they'd shake their head and like go furiously away, and it really amused me. It really tickled my soul that people were pissed off that they didn't ask me at the time and I didn't have it, and I'd waste their time instead. Yeah, that's why it's the eternal now. Anyway, hi. And this show, not to get off track, is the Rooted Show. My dry throat. Sorry, friends. I need some tea. Anyway, and you know, if your throat gets dry, you can't talk. But so this show is called The Rooted Show, where I go over music history and, you know, the history of musical things like synthesizers and the history of a certain genre, maybe, or the history of a certain band. Maybe you were listening last month on Eardrum Buzz. Possibly. It seemed to be a very popular series, and I had been getting begged to do it for a long time. I did a full history of the Sisters of Mercy. Let me tell you, what a feat I felt like I pulled off. Because the Sisters of Mercy, their fans are not kidding around. They're not joking. They are serious. They are serious as a heart attack about the Sisters of Mercy. And if you get it wrong, oh, woe betide. Anyway, a lot of times. Man. And if you get a cover of the Sisters of Mercy wrong, oh, God help your soul, right? With the Sisters of Mercy fans. And that's a thing. And they have such a controversial history that it took a whole lot of doing to uncover the possible truth. Because I'm still not sure that everything that I read and everything that went on is definitely true. Some of them are just rumors that have been somewhat substantiated. There's a whole lot of mystery around this band anyway. So I do shows like that. History of the synthesizer. And synthesized music. I've thought, I used to have 5 shows a week. Every morning, starting at 8, my time, Pacific, I would get on the radio and do a broadcast. It wasn't always new tracks. It was sometimes pretty old tracks. That's all right. Especially the Dream Show. The Dream Show used to happen on Thursdays. And I had to make adjustments to make this new schedule because I needed to slim down what I was doing. I was doing so much work that a person should not focus on one thing that exclusively. I thought it would help. Joke's on me. Because I guess I have a primary obsession, and that's just how it goes. Anyway, I add to my workload over and over and over. And it is no good. But I took out my Doom show, which was Tuesday Doomsday, and put in Rooted. And then I took Thursday out of the equation by moving my most beloved show, Post-Punk Thursday, which I've been doing for a long time. I started Post-Punk Thursday on Blip FM, blip.fm, and I was ardent about Blip. Oh, man. I was going to be there till the bitter end, and I was sort of. I was there until even their people who were running the whole thing. It's just a little site now running out of someone's basement. It's a shame. It used to be a huge, huge site that was on par with Twitter for becoming the biggest streaming site in the world. The biggest streaming site you never heard of. Why? Because the RIAA came and shut them down. Anyway, I'm digressing again. But I started Post-Punk Thursday on Blip. I really, really wanted to resume that show under that hashtag. But my post-punk and goth show was on Friday. So I moved it to Thursday. Condensed everything down to 4 shows a week because, one, I wanted to be able to not have to veto shows to go to the doctor. Think again. Still got to do that. Fun times. And if you're not informed, I have MS. So I'm at the doctor all the time. I call it sailing the SS hospital, which is the fun of my life. Anyway, it's as I say, why I call it the SS hospital? Because they promise you the cruise of a lifetime, and what you don't know is that you should really choose Sardinia over that. Because it is the cruise of a lifetime, but they're not telling you everything. They're not telling you everything you need to know. It's not exactly clear that the cruise of a lifetime involves a whole lot of poking your arms every week, every 2 weeks. Fun times. And a whole lot of stumbling and ending up in a wheelchair and not walking. And that sucks. It ends up a whole lot of hospital. But it is what it is. It comes to teach you a lesson or whatever. And you roll or you don't. I didn't for a long time. I just fell. But I finally roll. So it's all good. But I needed to make room for that in my life because I was losing progress. It is what it is. Whatever. Keep fighting. And eventually things even out, maybe? Or get better? That was my thought. So, yeah. Sorry, my friends. Yeah, it's another one of those days in which, like, I wanted to put on the full regalia. I did. Oh, you should have seen me on New Year's. It was great. Went to the goth club. Oh, it's so fun. Sunday. If you're in Portland, Sunday night at the Star. Oh, big thumbs up. I love this club. Anyway, there I was at the Star in my regalia thinking, oh yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that Tuesday. Yeah. Forget it. Because it's morning where I am. Well, sort of, right? Anyway. I'm all over the place with this story, aren't I? Anyway, so the whole like struggling with this system to get it down has been daunting. So again, I'm like, okay, I have these tracks all ready. I just have to get them to stream at the same time. Oh, can I just tell you? I thought that would be easy. Think again. And then I ended up just uploading the list and calling it good. And going to bed very late after failing with every experiment I was trying. You know what? Eventually, that sort of thing ends and you get lots of good sleep and everything evens out. You get the muscle memory, but until then, sleepless nights and lots of mess. Because like I said, it's morning where I am. And I roll out and do my show like that. And yo, that just leaves me time for yelling at my hat. Which did happen this morning while I screamed at this hat. Anyway, Rooted Show does history of music to get back on track. And I thought, okay, so I never stopped loving or following any of the dream lists that I used to follow. None. I love that music. I love all this music. It's all beautiful. And I would just make a private playlist of all the stuff that I would find that was gorgeous and that didn't fit on my other shows. Because it was beautiful, but I didn't have a place for it. So I just put it on this list, and every now and then I just break into my history shows and be like, okay, it's time for a new Dream Track show. But that Sisters of Mercy show kind of like 8 or 9 weeks. Yeah. It was voluminous. There was a lot to say. There was a lot to do. There was a lot to consider with that show. So it is what it is. Whatevs. It ate up quite a few weeks. And then I had a show right before that did as well. And I just asked everybody on Twitter, hey, one hit wonder. wherever you are in the world, give me your favorite. What's the best one ever? We're not talking just American charts. Give me your favorite one ever. So I got lots and lots of responses. And I ended up mostly doing US, UK, Australia, and German charts, European charts, because that's where a lot of my listeners were. I think I have listeners in other places for sure, like Japan for sure. As you'll see tomorrow on Shoegaze Wednesday, Blood picked me. And it turns out that the members of this band have known of me for a long time. Yeah, since Blip, which is cool. And that there are people there. I had ardent fans in Japan who were like, I've followed you since I was a kid. I'm like, okay, you make me feel old, but thank you. That's sweet. That makes me feel really good. But yeah, I've been at this for a really, really long time. So, one of us. But not the Rooted Show. Rooted Show's only been going for like a year. But music history stuff, I've been doing stuff with music history my whole life. Been trying to find out, okay, what's the backstory on that? Okay, what's happening behind the scenes? Wait, this stuff that I can't get in the US, why? These rare bands that I love, why are they rare? And so it's like it lives in the encyclopedia of my mind. Anyway, so a lot of what you hear on the Rooted Show isn't, I research it to make sure that I'm right. Usually, with The Cure, like, I did a show, and I'm doing a show, so keep it here. Keep listening to this show. I did a show based on the album Wish, and the 30th anniversary of Wish. That's the next one coming up after I get done presenting all of the end of the year dream tracks. So I took the show and I said, it's worth doing a history of where Maledicta Radio has been. So why not do the dream tracks list? Because seriously, these songs are amazing. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Okay. So there's your backstory. Short story long. I'm good at that. All right. So what you heard right at the top was Karen Park. And then you heard Skin Shape. Skin Shape is one of my forever favorite bands. Honestly. You know how, like, you listen to that Portishead album, Dummy, over and over and over and never get sick of it. It's short. And you still listen to it over and over. Or you grab old Massive Attack albums. Mezzanine. Mezzanine is such a masterpiece that you never get enough of it. Just play it on repeat. Constantly love those songs. 30 years on. It's unbelievable to me, but 30 years on, it never loses its magic. And a lot of trip hop is that way. Well, Skin Shape, the artist, started as a trip hop DJ. And then decided, hey, I have more musical talent than this. Than just taking samples from things. I'm going to start making my own samples. Making my own instrumental samples. And playing the instruments on this. And he put out an album called Philoxeny. At any cost, I'm not joking, get Philoxeny. Philoxeny is a damn masterpiece. Like Portishead. Like Massive Attack. like Massive Attack, and I'm not joking. You know, that's hard to say. It's like any Cure album that I own. I play it over and over and over and never get sick of it. It only gains nuance. I have a signed copy of Phylloxeny. I do believe you can still get those. In fact, why don't we find out? That's always a fun thing to do, isn't it? On Post-Punk Thursday. It's not Post-Punk Thursday. Oh, Maledicta, where are you? Car 54. Where are you? I'm in car 54 here. Anyway, Phylloxeny. If I can just type it in. My fingers need to work right. Phylloxeny. There we go. It's please pull it up for me. There we go. Because I own it. It's in my Bandcamp collection, people. Because I love it. It's one of my favorite albums. Anyway, let's see. If you can still get... Okay, you can get it on picture disc. Damn, I would love to have that. That's so cool. You can get it on 7-inch. You can get it on Punk Style White Label. And you can still get the signed CD. There are 5 of them remaining. How is this possible? I bought my signed CD a while ago. How is it there are 5 remaining? I love this band. Seriously, if you check them out, you'll love them too. Go over their YouTube and subscribe to them. Their videos are incredible. And I didn't play the videos this morning because they weren't quite the dream list. Like, they just weren't the dreamy tracks on that album. The whole album, it's called Nostalgia. And it just came out. I'm going to read you a date, I promise here. Let's see. I read a date here. Fun times when I click their banner and read their date. Come on. Seriously? Why is Bandcamp messing with me? I clicked on a thing and it gave me their terms and conditions. Yes, I know, guys. I know your terms and conditions. I've read them. Here we go. Date. Wow. So many different formats, and you should, if you love this, get it on physical media. You'll thank yourself. I swear this would be one of my desert album records. Well, it's not a record. I have the CD because I wanted it signed, and that was my option. Couldn't get the vinyl signed, so I get the CD signed. Oh, I love this band. Skin Shape is the project of Will Dorey. He's originally from Swanage, England. And it says most enquiries, including DJ set booking, are still taken at just his lewisrecordings.com. And it says essential direct to artist contact. You can get in contact with Will Dorey on Bandcamp. I need to post this link for you. Did I not? I will. You know what? I just realized here in the chat I was so busy that I didn't even post the link. Here's the link. Skin Shape link. It's hard to type and talk at the same time. I've gotten better at it, but there we go. This album. So, Nostalgia just came out in October. It's really good. All their albums are. There are some that I like better than others, especially Phylloxeny. Phylloxeny will always live in my heart as the album I love. Kind of, like People who love The Cure, they're like, oh yeah, Head on the Door is my album, or Wish is my album, or true story, my boyfriend who says Wild Mood Swings is my album. Okay, wow. It's refreshing to hear that, isn't it? Wild Mood Swings has been so reviled, but I'm going off on a tangent. And I don't need to do that. I'll do that on the show about Wish, because that's going to be good. I did it once before. I have a 13-year-old daughter, believe it, and she is spunky and sassy and loves The Cure. Loves The Cure and the Cocteau Twins most of all. Those are her bands, and she has fully embraced The Cure and the Smiths, which I was like, well, if you love the Smiths, it's not bad to stream their music, because none of those royalties go to Morrissey, and ha ha ha. That's not right, but it's still nice that you can listen to music you love and not support that. Oh, Morrissey. I love the people. I love that people in Denver threw hot dogs at him when he took stage, even before the big controversy that is Morrissey and his very honestly, like, right-leaning Nazi supporting, like modern Nazi supporting bullshit. He is indefensible, but his music is his early music, and even early Morrissey music, like his own albums, are so good, but supporting it is hard, right? You can't. Like, the personal politics are just too extreme. You can't do that, but you can with the Smiths still, because douchebag isn't getting any of those royalties. The drummer is. Yeah. Fun story. Anyway, and even Nick Cave says, if you loved the Smiths, don't veto that music because it's politically at odds with you. Let it live in your heart if it always lived in your heart as love. So she loves the Smiths. She wears around like the Meat is Murder shirt all the time. She loves Sonic Youth. She loves The Cure. She's got good taste. Anyway, I did that show for her. I did the Wish show because she requested it. I asked on Twitter and in my personal networks, hey, if there's something you want to know about, I want to know. So I ended up doing the Sisters of Mercy show because it was much requested by people who listen to my history shows. So that'll come. Wish will come. Because it just, in April, hit its 40th anniversary. And the 30th anniversary edition, I think, right? Is that right? Maybe it is 40th. I have to look. Wow. Okay. That makes me feel a little old if it's 40th. It can't be 40th because I'd be much older. So, 30th anniversary edition of Wish came out with a bunch of mostly instrumental studio tracks that Robert Smith and band released. And honestly, when you look at it, the B-sides and outtakes from Wish and Disintegration, well, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Wish, and Disintegration are some of the best The Cure has produced. That's hard to say because of the quad bus and things like that. But anyway, my knowledge of The Cure, it lives in my heart. So I do those shows from the seat of my pants. These shows, I have to research. They're Dream Track shows because all of these tracks are new. So we're going to hear from a band who doesn't have a video for this song. I found videos for most of these because these are tracks that a lot of them came from the David Dean Burkhart list, and he follows a lot of the major labels who find minor indie acts, and give them publicity. So there's videos for a lot of these because they're singles. They're singles from these bands. But this band coming up is called Ginge. We're Here, My Dear. So gorgeous. You're going to like this. It's acoustic. It's beautiful. And it doesn't have a video. So I'll probably just put it on a slideshow while we do that. So without any further ado, here's Ginge with We're Here, My Dear, because I have talked for way too long. Oh my God. All right. Enjoy. Well, you will enjoy in a minute. I promise. Wait, you're not? Let's do this again because that messed up, okay?
Even a little is too much to ask of you right now. I know I'm aware of all the things you've set aside just to be right here. Unavailable to most, but for you I am always there. I hope we're square, 'cause all that's ever been is lit right here. We've gone too far, we can't look back now. The things you think we lost, we have now. We're here, my dear, no need to ask how. And soon you'll see that all we thought to be is still there. Stuck in the middle of everything in life that's good and fair. Despair doesn't live here
sleep on the couch where the flowers stay and never bloom, but only fade in the sun. I fill the bath while I dream of the lake. I can smell the blood fresh from raw steak by the barbecue on a summer day in the sun. I find you here in the blue light of the TV, and I feel you in the wind through the back screen at night with the kitchen toggled on my cheek. Oh, love you, baby. Cold, sad, and brave. Cold, sad, and hard. Cold, sad, and brave. Waiting for it to get dark. All of those dreams left out in the sun, they run like serpent clawed like blood, disfigured beyond recognition in the sun. Colors fade from my memories, and even though other faces I forget, yours is carved of stone, trying to take you out of me, trying to get smoke out of wood. Love you, baby. Cold, sad, and brave. Cold, sad, and hard. Cold, sad, and brave. Waiting for it to get dark. For it to get dark. For it to get dark. For it to get
My apologies. I'm still getting the hang of moving from playlist to mic, so bear with me. So, the last thing you just heard was Nicole Dahlganger. Isn't that a beautiful track? That's Gold Satin Dreamer. And my tired brain did not bring you to the right video, because I have two videos for this. I have a lyrics video and I have a fan video made of Bambi clips, which is really, really interesting. I have no idea how they managed to get away with uploading some Bambi clips, with Disney being the movie monolith that they are, and stopping that via copyright restriction. It's a weird thing, I don't know, but yeah. So Nicole Dahlganger, she is a gorgeous artist, and I want to read you some info on Gold Satin Dreamer if I can just get the right screen up in front of me. That's fun times. Doing the Alt-Tab thing is really very difficult. So, I do believe this is just a single from Nicole Dahlganger. She is Natural Born Doll on YouTube and just makes gorgeous music. Incredible music, really. She sounds very much like an artist I follow on my EDM lists, who goes by the name of BU Kiss, or yeah, something to that effect. I'm not sure. It sounds so much like the same person that I'd be shocked if it were different. But you know what? That happens. So, that happens. I get shocked that things are different than I think they are. Often. But yeah, beautiful stuff. I'll post the link for you. I'm running a little bit behind on links. My apologies. But if you like that, the link will be up quite soon. And that'll be good. And then before that, you heard a track by a band called Goth Babe. And I first heard of them from their record label. And I'm going to go ahead and read you what Goth Babe said about the video that you saw. It's a gorgeous video, isn't it? It's a video of their time in Iceland. I was posting this on the chat so you could read it, but I have not gotten all the way there. So the artist says, in April, Arc'teryx invited me to be part of a film in Iceland that I would both score as a soundtrack for and participate in. A week before the trip, my house burnt down. And with the fire went my passport. I couldn't make the trip, and so I gave up my hopes of being a part of that project. But while in Iceland, the team called me and offered to fly me out to Iceland a month later with just the filmers, once I had a passport. What an amazing experience it was, and how incredibly cool of this company to go out of their way to have me be a part of it. This is the song from the Iceland EP soundtrack. Iceland EP, if I could just say that right, soundtrack. I hope you enjoy it. The film is coming soon. Now that is cool, isn't it? Background info on a video. That's quite incredible when you look at it. And then before that, a band called Ginge with We're Here, My Dear. That is a beautiful song, is it not? It really is. And I had a really hard time finding the info on this band because it's hard to find. They're only on streaming services. Well, they're not on Bandcamp, as it were. And it looks to me like they don't have a label backing them. They're just doing self-supported releases, which is really, really cool. I love it when a band can do that, but my suggestion is always get on Bandcamp and put all the links on your videos. There was only one source for this, and that was the David Dean Burkhart list and SoundCloud. They had their album up on Apple Music and on Spotify, and as you know, I am currently in the camp that is Spotify boycott because they still haven't remedied their payments to artists. They make a ton of money off the music, and then they expect little bands to pay for some exposure. Not cool when there's Bandcamp out there. Am I right? Sorry. I'm watching because I've got messages coming in multiple forms on multiple medias, and I cannot keep pace with it. So if you've written me on any medium and haven't gotten a response, that's why. Sorry. And I'm working on it. I'm so one-track minded. I have to stay with the chat on the window that I'm on and do it by muscle memory somewhat, because otherwise everything's a bust. So, all right. Here we go. Before that, and that was actually before the break, you heard a band called Peck. And I love them. They sent me a track of theirs because they said, yes, I love your music on my dream show. I think it was last year. And they said, well, we'll send you our new work. So, really awesome stuff. And it turns out they supported a number of really cool water initiatives and did this cool water conservation project in Ethiopia, which was dear to my heart because I worked for years for the Ethiopian Tewahedo Church as a teacher for kids that were children of refugees. Children of refugees of a famine who ended up here in the U.S. and weren't culturally matched with their parents. And their parents couldn't quite communicate with them the urgency of the message that they wanted to send, which was your religion is important. And Ethiopia, Ethiopia was, I think, 90% Christian for a long, long time. And that had been a traditional regional religion. Because to some extent, Judaism and Christianity was somewhat born in Ethiopia. And so it's the indigenous religion. And they really wanted to emphasize that. And I wanted to help them do that, because it was a cultural necessity. And as a person with a linguistics degree, I was like, this is fascinating. And at first I got cajoled into joining by my own priest, but took it on as my heart mission. I loved it for a long time. So Ethiopia was really, really important to me, and their water struggles, because that was the crux of that famine. And so water conservation in Ethiopia was a really big deal to me. I fear to see the water wars here in the US. They will be ugly. Anyway. So Peck had done some stuff for an Ethiopian water project, and I was hooked, sold, love them. So I'm a deeply appreciative subscriber to their YouTube page, and I love it when they come out with new stuff. They just came out with this new song, It's a Lie, and it's off of a new album that I believe was released at the end of October, beginning of November, something like that. I could look for you. And in fact, I'll do that right now. Because if you're watching the show, if you're listening to the show, that's what you come for, right? Information on the bands. Accurate information about the albums and artists. Yes, so here's It's a Lie. I've not gotten that link up for you, but I'll work on it. And it looks like it's just a track here. And I'm just looking to see when that was released. Looks like November 22nd. So yeah, that's a recent release. Quite recent. Love this band. I love this band. They're so good. They're so dreamy. In so many ways. They are exemplary. And I love their videos. Their videos are so well made. Are they not? And then you've got also the Brittle EP, which was released in March. And that was the last place where I followed them, was at the Brittle EP. That's what they sent me when they sent me the message on Twitter and gave me new music to follow. All right, we're all caught up. Yay. You know what you're going to hear next? Well, I'll tell you. A band called Winton. God, this is gorgeous. These gorgeous female vocals on the song Anything You Like. And then you're going to hear... The title is confusing, so I'm going to read this out now instead of after the set. Oh, Lover. And this features Suzanne Sundafor, which she's a fantastic voice of trance and techno. And she originally did the vocals on this for Wakes Up. And then a favorite artist of mine, Laurent Colson from France, came and did a really fantastic redo of this, a remix, and made it far less, I don't know, electropop, if you will, and made it into sort of a lovely, dreamy morning song. He's a witch house artist, well, considered a witch house artist, also considered dark wave. Just a really fantastic DJ and musician and creator from France. So those are the first two things you'll hear. So let's do this thing. I got to get over here and switch this to the track it should be on. Well, there we go. All right, let's start things off with Winton now. On Maledicta Radio, it's new dream tracks in the last quarter of the year. Or the last half of the year, sorry. Last half of the year. Since June. But these tracks are more recent. These tracks that you're hearing now. And so voluminous, there's been kind of explosion of new dream ethereal, etc., dream folk, indie dream folk, the like tracks. And so there are a lot of them on the list. But there's also a lot of things that are a lot of genres here. Dream and ethereal it's all over the place. It's an umbrella. So, all right, let's get to it. Winton with Anything You Like here on Maledicta Radio.
bounce upon the pico. Look at what the light did now. Very like a bounce upon the pico. Look at what the light did now. Land and water and blood, oh beast, oh look at what the light did now. Shiny little band, oh golden fleece, oh look at what the light did now. 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 Ooh, 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 in my will I went till it's wasted. Look at what the light did now. Taste the taste I tasted, tasted. Look at what the light did now. Body like a ghost that early evening. Look at what the light did now. Got it like a ghost that early gleaming. Look at what the light did now. 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 Ooh, 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 like a dead tree that's dry and leaving. Look at what the light did now. Lay it on me with grief and grieving. Look at what the light did now. I would finally fall to pieces. Look at what the light did now. We'll meet soon as nephews, nieces. Look at what the light did now. 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 Ooh, 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 this light will guide these minds to dark. Read the gate, feed the pain.
walls I built the fright. Reach out towards the light. I let, they follow beneath the cosmic eyes. Release the ivory lights. I vanish before I reach your heaven.
Oh, that's better, huh? Still a learning curve here. I'm not sure why every single time I switch windows, it turns off my mic. Foibles. Technological foibles. So yeah, I'm sorry about the mic, my friends. I'll get over this at some point. I'll get over messing it up. I so appreciate all your patience. You guys are fantastic, and thank you. But I do this to support the bands and keep the artists making music and doing good stuff. So, yeah. Here we go. So, right up at the top of this set was Winton with Anything You Like, with that gorgeous video. Really well shot. Like, the camera work on that is incredible. It says, directed and edited by Brigitte Wilson. Or Brigitte Winton. Am I saying that wrong? Right? It might be Brigitte. I'm not sure. The artist is from Melbourne, Australia. The thing I know is that I researched the info, but I don't always have the pronunciation down pat. But that's another thing where I'm very glad you offer me all your graces, because I try. Anyway, Winton with Anything You Like, and I posted that Bandcamp link for you. And then, let's see. Oh Lover by Röyksopp features Suzanne Sundfør, who is a legendary name in techno and trance, as is Röyksopp. But this was remixed by Laurent Coulson, who, can I just tell you, I love Laurent Coulson's work. Laurent Coulson is a French artist, does a lot of witch house and dark wave. I'm going to read you some info off of Laurent Coulson's page, off of his About page. That's where I was when I found out that, oh, hey, there's the text message that says my mic's not working. By the way, thank you, Mom. You're so insightful as to tell me that. Thank you. The little Tweety that my fun little phone makes there. That's what you're hearing. Hearing my text messages. Fun times. If you can hear that, the mic might actually not pick it up because it's got, like all mics, got a heart-shaped pickup. And so that's not really in the spherical heart shape, the sound of the phone. So you might not hear it. Oh, you might. I don't know. So here's a description of Laurent Coulson from his biography on his YouTube page. Really awesome. Really awesome artist. So he's a French composer, arranger, and remixer producing electronic music. His projects are a combination of deep textures, atmospheres, and rhythms, using synthetic sounds mixed with mystical elements. It's hard to say those words together. Oh my. Voices are mainly synthetically produced using specific computer technologies. I don't know why that sentence is so hard to read, but it really is. I've flubbed on it twice. Once you couldn't hear me. Fun times. It's under the name of Lost Memories that Laurent Coulson began his career in the 1990s. The first album, called The Edge of Eternity, which firmly united electro and pop, was signed by an independent Belgian record label and released in 1999. In parallel, he worked on different remixes for other artists. So in 2008, the dance version of the track Nude from Radiohead was ranked third at a remix contest entered by the band. And that same year, Laurent Coulson realized another dance remix of the track Amazonia for Deep Forest, which is artist Eric Moquet. In 2009, he worked with the Norwegian singer Annelie Drecker. And I was saying, oh, how I love Annelie Drecker. She is legendary. Legendary for being the voice and mind behind the band Bel Canto. And they are one of those underground dream ethereal goth bands from the early 1980s that some people are cultishly obsessed with. I am one. I love her voice. Oh, good God. If you haven't heard it, go check out the song Dewy Fields by Bel Canto. I promise you will not be sorry. Anyway, she's worked with Bel Canto, which is her band, and Wakes Up. Imagine that. And released a remix of the track My Emily from her album Frolic. That's Laurent Coulson did. A remix of the track My Emily from her album Frolic. And he's just... I don't know. Laurent Coulson is just awesome. Makes awesome dark wave music. I'll give you the link on the chat. I haven't quite gotten there yet. I'll get there. But, takes being able to talk and type and respond to things and do all the stuff at once. And as much as I try to multitask, I'm not always the best at it. And then you heard an artist by the name of Yatsin featuring Samantha Crane doing a cover of Look at What the Light Did Now. That's actually a Feist cover. It's out on Sub Pop Records. That's where I found it. Was Sub Pop published this, and I put it on the list because I was like, man, that's a really great cover. Yeah. So I'll post the Bandcamp page on that for you. Let's see. So many links. Thank you, Sub Pop, for always doing it right. I love that when artists put all the links in their videos or the label or whoever. It's really just such a cool thing because it helps people like me, broadcasters and people who are trying to spread the info. It helps get to it really more easily. So I'll read you a little bit of information about this release. It said, released in conjunction with the start of National Native American Heritage Month. You can listen to Yatsin featuring Samantha Crane and the cover of the Little Wings song, Look at What the Light Did Now. And I believe that the original of that features Leslie Feist and was originally recorded for Season 2, Episode 4 of the critically acclaimed FX Hulu television show, Reservation Dog, and follows the group's 2021 debut record, Indian Yard, which is so cool, isn't it? Yeah, so that's Yatsin. And just looking at this, this artist is Nicholas Gallinen. He's one of the most vital voices in contemporary art, so his bio says. Born in Sitka, Alaska. Sitka, yeah. Gallinen is Tlingit, and sorry, I'm having a hard time reading this because it's in a really very too light font. So I'm going to pump this up so I can actually read it without pausing so much. All right, here we go. Hate having to do that. Hate having to super zoom the screen. Anyway, happens. Galanin is Tlingit and Jun-Dec, and creates from his perspective as an indigenous man, alongside his bandmates Zach D. Was and Otis Calvin III. OC notes, Galanin brings his experience to bear as Yatsin. That's cool, huh? So the artist is native. And you know me, if you've watched my show a lot or listened to my show on Eardrum Buzz, I am always about supporting native artists. Like, for example, Jun-Dec, which they're Ojibwa and of the native Ojibwa tribe, and produce shoegaze music from native tunes and perspective. It's fantastic stuff. Love Jun-Dec's work. All right. So let's see. After that, you heard, let's see. If I could just keep track of myself, that'd be awesome. Fractal with I Vanish. Oh God, that's a cool video, isn't it? Just a video of the road, really. But it's quite lovely. It's the song is from their upcoming album. A split with Sever. It's their split EP. It's out. It came out December 2nd, and I've had this on the list long enough that this was the premiere. So, I'm reading it in past tense here. And I love a film that can capture the feelings of driving along roads in places that maybe you haven't been. It's kind of a cool thing. So I'll read you what Pelagic Records has to say about this, because this is another one off Pelagic. I am quite in awe and surprised by Pelagic Records. Like I said, they're Alceste's publisher, and Alceste is the very first black gaze band that ever existed. So that they're much heavier. And there's a whole lot of heavy artists on Pelagic. They're one of my favorite record labels, publicists, whatever, to go to dig up stuff for my Doom show, which is a companion show to Shoegaze Wednesday now. Happens every other Wednesday. This Wednesday is one of the Doom shows. It's going to be good. We've got good stuff for you. I always do, but heavier, shoegaze, doomgaze, black gaze, what have you. Like the stuff you hear on Pelagic Records. This isn't so much the sort of thing that I personally end up expecting of Pelagic, but I think that's probably a misnomer, because even Alceste, they've got very dreamy songs. For example, off their first album, the song, I think it's Printemps Emerald, the Emerald Spring. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Very dreamy. Not at all, to me, back in those days, rooted so heavily in black metal, but in dream pop. And I thought that was a weird continuum until I started doing the Doom show and discovered that it was really quite common. And I was happy to oblige and listen to all of that music. It's beautiful. Beautiful stuff. All right. So this was out on Pelagic. And I'll read you Fractal's description here, or Pelagic's description of this Fractal video, which is beautiful. Norway is home. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was wrong. Not Sweden, Norway. Please forgive me. That's a bad thing to confuse those two. I try not to. I try to be culturally sensitive at this point to these things, but I'm in the U.S., so the fact that I even know that Norway and Sweden aren't one country as an American, that's kind of a miracle. They don't, they teach us geography, but it's not like it's pounded into your head. Well, at least when I was a kid. The 80s and 90s. But anyway, Norway is home to many genre-bending artists, and its music scene has been an exploratory playground for fans of transcendent music. Sorry, not transcendent, transcendental. Man, you know what? I just need to stop reading things at small sizes. I swear to God. Okay. Pelagic Records, the we here. We are happy to present a unique collaboration between two remarkable Norwegian acts who each represent two far ends of an intriguing spectrum. Fractal is a popular folk singer-songwriter whose haunting vocals have scored the music of various acclaimed bands over the past decade. The members of Savær are veterans of the Norwegian heavy scene, having toured all over the world, playing renowned festivals like Roadburn and Psycho Las Vegas. They now fill and orchestrate the gap between eerie softness and furious anger as a three-piece atmospheric sludge metal ensemble. Well, that's right up my Doom Show's alley. I'll be needing that. I don't know if I've checked out Savær. I think they're on one of my lists, but yeah, whatever. As I say on Post-Punk Thursday, blah, blah, blah. That's blah, blah, blah. Anyway. So, I'll go on. This split 10-inch sees each of these artists present a song from the respective other artists' back catalog, finding a transcendental middle ground between the other artists' musical realm and their own sphere. Commenting on the beginning of her own musical career, Fractal notes, because everyone has a computer these days, there's no limit to how many times you can multi-track. Well, depends on the program, but yes, I was sick of that. I hope to go the other way, to remove as much as I could and be left with a beating heart. Remarkably, Savær have done just that in their execution of Fractal's track, Shot Put, tuning down their guitars to give space to clean vocals and laying bare the synths that are an integral part of their sound. Driven by deep drones and soft layered vocals, the Homeric simile of meeting at the shot put becomes even more compelling, turning the folksy original into a haunting, ambient rock opus. In turn, Fractal lays bare the heart of I Vanish from Savær's debut LP in a gently swaying but bewitching folk version. And that is what you heard there was I Vanish. So Pelagic Records goes on to say, in a world somewhere between the triple harmony magic of the staves and the polyphonic madness of sorry, I always get this wrong. I've done history shows on this group. Le mystère de voix bulgare. Oh, I always get that wrong. Le mystère de voix bulgare, which is the Bulgarian radio and television choir. They are incredible. And you know what? Here's an aside. Le Mystère de Voix Bulgare is working with Lisa Gerard. And Lisa Gerard is working with them and has learned their version of singing. And it is quite different. It's a different kind of breathing and singing only in your best range, which is really interesting for singers in the West who've practiced polyphony and who strive for those really high notes, you know, the highest note in your cadre of notes, if you will, in your range, is the one that everybody wants you to sing. But Le Mystère de Voix Bulgare, they excel in staying within an octave or two, the very natural middle octaves of most alto, mezzo, and soprano voices, most women's voices. It's a very interesting philosophy on music that they have. Anyway, I'm going off here. Because you know what? I run the history show, the music history show. And if I know this stuff, I might as well regale you with it, right? Because this is on the Rooted show. This is Rooted Tuesday, as it were. All right. So somewhere between the triple harmony magic of the staves and the polyphonic madness of Le Mystère de Voix Bulgare, and Lys conjures the unsettling path towards obliteration. Many things can be said about the way these songs sound, and even how they transcend the originals in some ways. But the true beauty of this EP lies in the way both Fractal and Sévère incline towards each other to find a middle ground that is yet unexplored in their respective careers. Coming together, they prove that beauty is found in the eye of the beholder, but transcendence is found in the eye of the storm. And note that I read you that because I read it and was like, wow, this is some beautiful description of this song. I do love it when labels do that. I do. The background info, I want it myself. And lots of fans do as well. All right, so that's where we stopped. I'll read you off the next two so that you know what's coming up next. The next track on our list is by Slow Noon. This is a song called Tend to Me. Really beautiful. It's off their Liminality EP that was released, I want to say August. I deeply follow Slow Noon. I love them. They're very much part of my Shoegaze Wednesday show often. I'm going to get you that release date for Liminality. It's a really good album. The whole thing, all the way through, is just really great shoegaze. It turns out that the full album was released December 2nd, which is really recent. But I've been playing songs off of this album as they've come out. I think probably since this summer. So, forgive me. I just, fun times. Anyway, Slow Noon. And here's Slow Noon. And then, let's see. Where am I here? Then after that, you're going to hear Mariah Bailey with her song Wishful Thoughts. This is just a pure slice of loveliness. The harp on this. My heart, it hurts. I love harp. And let's see here. I'm going to read you this as well. Should I wait until the break? I think I will. Sorry. Itchy. These things are itchy. Anyway. All right. Mariah Bailey with Wishful Thoughts. And, you know, anytime I hear a harp, I'm on it like a rat on a Cheeto. So, of course, this is on the list. You're going to love it. It's lovely. Promise. All right, let's do this thing. More lovely music here for you on Maledicta Radio. It's the Rooted Show with all of the tracks I've been saving off of the Dream List. So awesome, right? Am I right? You know I'm right. All right, my friends, let's do this thing. And, yeah, come on. No. I am playing with the screen here, trying to get it to work with me and go to the right video. Come on, Slow Noon, let's do this thing. Right? All right, here we go. Slow Noon with Tend to Me.
The floor fell out from under me. Can't believe I'm not dancing anymore. Count to 4, take a breath. Count to 3, and feel the soaring sound of your footsteps approaching me. Take my hand, and I'll try to keep my legs from twitching, my heart from switching beats. There is a steady pulse that guides us between the notes that unfold, and eyes that hold hazy hearts and wishful thoughts Just another 90s party. Can't keep track who's related to me. Catholic family, Midwestern roots. No one still lives in this city. I fell in the pool, can't hear the words. How's she holding up? Does she know?
Okay, that's better. You know what? Here we go again with the mic thing. Anyway, just heard from Danielle Lupi and Greg Gonzalez of Cigarettes After Sex. And Danielle Lupi is a harpist. And the combination of these two sounds together, you know what? I'm sold. Like I said, anytime there's a harp, I'm in. I'm in like Flynn. So Danielle Lupi and Greg Gonzalez again with Silent Dream. And I feel bad because I spaced out moving the camera to the video. It's supposed to be a video show, but it is what it is. Fun times. All right, and then before that, let me get this screen up in front of you, up in front of me, as it were. Okay, so top of that set, you heard Slow Noon. They are a fantastic dream pop band that I often play on my Shoegaze Wednesday transmissions for the new track show and for old track shows too, where I'm catching up or I'm just loving an artist and playing you all this stuff. So this is off of their new album, Liminality. This actually was just released, and I'm surprised because I've been playing the singles off of it because I follow their YouTube account, their video posting account, if you were, as well as their Twitter. So that's a thing. I love Slow Noon. And they do squarely good dream pop. And even their bio on their Bandcamp page says that they're slow dream pop. Yeah, and if you love dream pop, you're going to love that. You're going to love Slow Noon, honestly. And isn't that a beautiful song and video as well? So pretty. And then Mariah Bailey with Wishful Thoughts. Found that on one of the labels that I follow, Keeled Scales. And I'll read you what the publicist, I think Keeled Scales is a publicist. I'm not sure if they're for the Full Scale record company. Could be. I'm not keeping up. Anyway, well, I try, but not with everything. It's impossible. So much work. All right, so Wishful Thoughts is the song that you heard. It says that chronicles journeys through love, exploring the ebb and flow of its joys and development. Bailey devotedly captures love's all-consuming hum through undulating strings and guitar, accompanied with the slow heartbeat of the harp, leaving listeners with the potential of what could be by singing, "There is a steady pulse that guides between us, the notes that unfold and eyes that hold hazy hearts and wishful thoughts of all that could be." That is expertly crafted verse. The meter on that is superb, I think, for a song that follows a poetry form. That's really cool. It's really cool when you hear stuff like that. Love it. And then I played Workwife's Too Young to Understand. That video is a heartbreaker, isn't it? And so is the song. So Workwife, they are a fantastic indie band that I found again on the David Dean Burkhart list. Went to them and followed their account. Now I am a follower of Workwife, and I love it when they come out with new stuff because they're just so awesome. And they're out on Born. Oh, you know what? That's wrong. I did not find this on David Dean Burkhart. I found it on Born Losers because Born Losers Records, I'm a follower, an ardent follower. I love this record label. They are so good. And they pick such good stuff. You know I'm right. I got the tastes, my friends. I'm going to go through here and find this release by Workwife. I'm sure it's at the bottom of the page here. Yes, exactly the bottom of the page. Here on Born Losers Records, apparently that is the last alphabetic entry for bands they support and represent that are on their label. So it says Workwife is the dream pop project started by Brooklyn-based musician Meredith Lamp, also of Coloratura. Nice. With influences such as Men I Trust, Faye Webster, and American football, Workwife blends contemporary synth-pop elements with melancholy lyrics and surf rock instrumentals to achieve music that evokes her own dark humor. She writes and produces out of her home studio in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, and plays live, joined by drummer Cody Edgerly, Kenny Moreau on bass, and Ida McConan on lead guitar. And Quitting Season, this newest album, was produced by New York City favorites Toledo and mixed by J-Som. And J-Som is a fantastic shoegaze dream pop outfit that we often play on Shoegaze Wednesday, other shows on Eardrum Buzz as well. And that was released in December. And I'm looking for the date on that, but I don't have it right in front of me. Sometimes when you go to the labels page, they don't have the release date, which is a smart move because people are always looking for what's right this second. And if you hear it and it's new and it's not right this second, you know, you're more likely to follow it and make it yours if you don't know what time frame it came from. It seems like a weird theory, but truth. As a broadcaster, I can tell you. And then, like I said, you heard from Daniel Lupi and Greg Gonzalez. And it's just a beautiful song. It's out on Verve Records and Slow Play. The EP is called The Charm of Pleasure. Get you. Well, looks like that link is broken. That sucks. I'll find it. And looks like I've got lots of links for Daniel Lupi and also for Greg Gonzalez and Cigarettes After Sex. I already follow them on Twitter. Not that Twitter's been real nice to me, because they haven't. And I decline to use it because I'm sick of the bullshit. And I want to send a message, really, that says, hey, some of us were doing legit stuff. We're making money off of the links we were posting. It wasn't a sales funnel. Well, it was a sales funnel, but it didn't benefit me for sure. I know how to run a sales funnel because I used to run a cosmetics company. Yeah, true story. I used to own my own cosmetics company and had to do all of the promotions for it as well. So I learned how to use a sales funnel. And I'm an early adopter over on Twitter. And so I'd seen the things that people have been doing since the beginning to promote things. And originally when Bizstone and Jack Dorsey started Twitter, it was their intent to start a network where regular people and small business people and journalists who didn't get as much coverage and blah, 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 my vampire blah, on, yada, yada, as you were. Anyway, people of all walks and all publicity levels could find ways to promote their own work and make it into the mainstream and get their voice heard. So when Elon Musk came and brutally took over Twitter, as far as I'm concerned, that's a brutal takeover. Anyway, when he took over using his honest idiocy to run that thing, to run a thing he knew nothing about because he was interested in it with his pocketbook because it had fueled his crypto venture into Dogecoin. Dude, I don't know, the whole thing makes me mad. But anyway, when he started down this path of no right-minded social media agency allows links from other social media, am I right? And Jack Dorsey responded and said, why? That was their original point behind Twitter. And note that I make zero funds off of my YouTube, my Twitter, the posting of links. I do it because I love bands and I love music and I want you to too. Boy, that was awesome. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. That level of thing. I want you to love bands as well and support them like I would love to see. I would love to see more people pour their heart into something they're passionate about and help that way, because if you're like me, you're disabled, you're on disability, and you might as well be doing something reasonable for other people with that time. I mean, it's not necessary. That's always how I saw it for myself. I don't think everybody should have to do that, but I would love it if everybody did, you know? So anyway, I don't make money off of this. And so for Twitter to turn and say, oh, you're a bot, so we're deleting you first of all, and then we're going to send all the bots your way, which it seems like that happened. I got a whole lot of targeted sex bot traffic, which I was like, oh, where'd that come from? I don't know. And then to cancel my ability to tag the bands, which I was very pleased with myself when I found a way around that last night. Well, last morning, in the last 5 hours, something like that. In the last 6 hours, I found a way around it and tagged all the bands, and I was like, yeah. But note that they don't let me do it on an individual level, really, and they're catching on. So I'm really careful about the way I post things on Twitter. That is why I moved to YouTube. Hey, Brett, are you listening? This is why I moved to YouTube, because I can't do Facebook. I can't do it. I'm not rejoining Facebook. I'm not doing it. It's not within my personal wherewithal to do it. I can't do it. I cannot rejoin the land of the wrong elements mixing, if you will. Now my daughter has a choice, a Facebook. My ex-husband let her have a Facebook, which he said, you know, when you get to be 13, you have Facebook if you want one, instead of just TikTok. And so all sorts of, I'd rather avoid that elements are in play on Facebook. My whole extended family is there, and everybody that I've ever freaking met finds me on Facebook and then goes and mixes with the other artistic things I do on Facebook and the other political things that everybody ends up doing on Facebook gets shoved in everybody's face, and it's a mess, and I'm not doing it anymore. And that's why I moved to Twitter, because I was an early adopter on Twitter, and it really worked for the purposes of the funnel that I was running. It was an easy way to tag everybody who had a song or an album. Lots and lots of bands have Twitter. Note that when I started my Monday show, which is the electronic and techno and wave witch house show, none of those artists had a Twitter. And suddenly, after they started getting lots of attention on Twitter, and they were getting tagged every single week, or their labels were getting tagged and saying, hey, no Twitter here, but I would love to regale this band in praise. The band started having Twitters or publicizing their Twitters as means to mobilize their music, as a vehicle to get them listened to. And that was good. Like, an entire scene turned on the fact that they were getting tagged weekly on Twitter. So there's that. There's that proof that Twitter was a good thing when it was good. But since the floor fell out from under me on Twitter, I had to think of a way that I could tag the bands beforehand, at least, distribute the links back to their music so that purchase was easy for listeners, and so that listeners were drawn to the music and could find new music, buy new music, and support bands and help them make more. And so I just moved to YouTube and started on the chat there, because I'm able to say the kinds of things I used to say on Twitter about these bands, only more so it allows more characters, and so I can long form say, this is what this is about, instead of just saying so over my broadcast. And I did not figure out a way to plug YouTube into the right broadcasting programs that I could run all at once to be able to do this. Stupid bugs. Okay. To do this correctly, I lifted my veil so that it was easier to read, because it is not easy to read through a veil. You get me, right? Yeah. Anyway, so I moved to Twitter and started on the chat here the way that I chat and tag bands. And so, yeah, I got that message that says, what benefit is this to Eardrum Buzz Radio? Well, the benefit is that I do programming, I do new music and get new music there. It is what it is. And I can upload this entire list and play it on the station as one big program. And you can follow the chat and get all of those links. That might be a little inconvenient, but it's the only thing I've got. Fun. Fun times. So many sounds that might or might not translate to the mic. Whatever. But I had to do what I did because my capabilities were an end. So it can stay just a YouTube thing, or it can be a simulcast with Eardrum Buzz Radio. But that's not my choice. you'll have to tell me. I don't have the time to respond to every email that comes in every form. I really just have the bandwidth to respond to what comes in my chat. So if you send me anything anywhere else, I apologize. I can't respond to it at the time in which I'm doing the broadcast. And it's just a limitation of having only so much bandwidth. And I've got more than I've ever had in this regard. New doctors, new medicines have done good things for me, but I'm still really limited to how fast I can type and how fast I can copy paste. I'm pretty good, but I'm not nearly as fast as I would have been back in the day when I had all my capabilities. It is what it is. My brain is sort of the limitation. Whatevs. All right, so that explains that. Let's get back to new music. Sorry for that aggression. And yeah, did I do that right on YouTube? Yes, I did. Because it's really important that everybody knows. Listeners of Eardrum Buzz Radio, I am so deeply indebted to everybody for listening for years. And tuning into a radio station that was not always easy to get to. Not as easy to follow as like something on YouTube or like social media. And so I really, really appreciate the people who have followed along with me and been ardent supporters, because that means the world to me. And it is of utmost importance to me that I thank you, Brett, for allowing me to have a show on Eardrum Buzz. I'm ever so thankful for it. Saved my life, really. And that is no joke. I was fast on the track of, aimless. But I did my lists. Those were my aim. I never stopped broadcasting. And so making it onto an independent radio station, internet or otherwise, was the goal. And I was about to start working for like KBOO here in Portland, or working with Songs Under the Floorboards, Dave's radio thing. And I didn't, because I got the offer from Eardrum Buzz first, and I got the offer to have a show that showed what I could dig up. And it was the thing that I really wanted to do. So here I am. All right. I'm done digressing. Anyway, thank you also for those of you who just sent sweet messages. Much love. All right. Let's go on with our playlist. Oh, such good stuff. I have such good stuff for you. And, I'm off at 2. I'm off the broadcast at 2. So we've got one more hour of music. And then I'm going to come back next week with even more tracks, because I have so many on this list. This list is seriously 70 songs long and deserves, every song on here deserves attention and praise and love. Oh my God, they're all so beautiful. So up next in the list, you're going to hear Ritual Ensembles. Oh, this band is so great. And thank you. And Ian. Oh, thank you. We appreciate your hard work. My heart. My heart is so touched. My hair is so touched by malarkey. Oh, well. You're going to hear Ritual Ensembles. Getting back to the point. This is the song Fascination. And Ritual Ensembles is a music project founded by Eindelin of Evil Symbols and Bat Kalian, who is the lead singer of Il Batuli. And let's see. Getting info. I first heard Ritual Ensembles on one of my collectives that I follow. They're from Paris, France. And wrong. So here we go. The album is called Il Batuli, which is an interesting and beautiful name. Really is. I would love to know more about it. And they even have wonderful notes here in Latin. It's just a really good album. It's lovely ethereal music. Beautiful. I'll post the link for you. I've still got a whole group of links to do from the last set, but I will post this right away. As soon as possible, my friends. I appreciate your patience because I get all caught up and my fingers don't move so fast. They don't move as fast as I want them to. Anyway, Ritual Ensembles. And then you're going to hear a track by Loixop, Lights Out featuring Pix. Oh, this is a beautiful track as well. You know, love this. It seems so odd, doesn't it, that I'm like jumping from electro pop and techno, basically. Well, I'm jumping from ethereal to electro and techno pop. Well, it seems weird, doesn't it? Except for the fact that it is my assertion, and it always will be, that electronic music and the wave and witch house scenes kept hairs and nightmare bugs just anyway, they're driving me insane. And this hat and this veil and dude. Anyway, Mike's Up with Lights Out featuring Pix is an example of how ethereal music was kept alive by electronic music. By artists like Grimes, by artists like Sidewalks and Skeletons, who were regularly noted as being electro or techno or electropop or witch house or wave, which was a new thing, like chill wave, which is an interesting distinction for all of it, right? Especially Sidewalks and Skeletons were considered witch house chill wave back in the day. And we're keeping ethereal music alive. Artists like Mr. Rival, the entire wave scene. We owe a great debt to all of these electronic music producers for having carried the torch. And so it seems weird sometimes that I go from like ethereal to electronic, but you know what? They kept each other alive. Honestly. So let's hear those two songs, then I'll come back and tell you the songs you heard at the end of the set. I'll post the links for you. And it's going to be a good time. This set is all over the genre spectrum, honestly. And there's a reason, because dream and ethereal music, they're all lovely. They're all dreamy and ethereal. And every single one of these songs makes you want to go to a place outside time that allows you to dream and hope and wish and love and regale in the beauty of music, the pure beauty of it. But that takes on so many different forms, like acoustic folk and like 90s dark wave ethereal and ethereal like Cocteau Twins and Dead Can Dance and bands like I'm thinking, I have so many in my memory banks. Black Swan. Yeah. ACs. Modern wonderful bands doing ethereal and dream music. You got dream pop that's in there. It's all from the same kernel, the same nugget of musical greatness. Honestly, when you look at it, it all stems from the conjunction between 60s psych and 60s folk. And the things that you used to hear back then, like It's a Beautiful Day with David LaFlame, all written on violin. Incredible. The incredible, hey, this isn't a rock music instrument crossovers that created beautiful music. But, you know, I already did this series, The 150 Years of Dream, starting at Debussy and ending in the present day. It was daunting. I don't know what I thought I was doing when I started that. I didn't realize it would be like some crazy history opus magnum. I just wanted to do an overview, and I ended up going really in detail, and that's how this whole show started, rooted. So got some appreciation for that. All right. Let's start the jam. Kick out the jams. Well, not really. Kick out the ethereal jams. Kick out the heartbeat jams. Kick out the major feels with ritual ensembles. Let's see if I can get this going. And this does not have a video, so you're getting the slideshow. And you know, ritual ensembles, they're not like a huge band with tons of videos like Sop, who was like, oh yeah, we're international, we have all the money and all the videos. You know how that goes. So you'll get the Maledicta slideshow. But I will post the links. It'll be good. And go get this. It's beautiful. All right. Remember, support the artists, support the bands, support the music so that musicians can make more. All right, let's do this thing. Ritual and songs. Now, on Maledicta Radio. Well, if it'll play for me, let's do this thing. Come on now.
They said when I was 25, I would expire, burst into flames atop the pyre. Instead, I stand here in Bombay beneath the arches. You say, I hope you're doing good. I know that you've got this as I take the stage. You know how I hate to have to retrace my steps. Howling at the moon, bouncing on your confidence.
You know what? This is a problem that I'm having. I'm sorry, my friends. Thanks for bearing with me. All right, I'm going to go back and repeat what I said about this set. All right, right at the top, what you heard was Ritual Ensembles from their album. I'm trying to figure out if this is, like, if I'm reading this wrong. Is it Tu Batuli or De Batuli, since the band is from France? Or is it Il Batuli? I'm not sure. You tell me. I mispronounce things often. It happens. You just never know when you're going through things. When an I and an L together, they look very much like two. Or, because on Bandcamp, like the font size doesn't differ between a uppercase I and a lowercase L. And so it ends up looking like two or de, and or alternately like il. I don't know. You tell me. All right. So we'll just, you know what? We'll go on assuming this is de Batuli. Yeah. I think that's safe, right? Yeah. So I have not. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So the artists themselves and Ian says the first album was one Batuli or un Batuli. And then the second album is deux Batuli. So, yeah. It's so hard to tell. So hard to tell, right? Anyway, the album is Name Your Price over on Bandcamp, and it's lovely. You should go get it. Pitch the artist a few bucks. Help them keep making music. That's how we do it here. I'm always encouraging that. Like, if you find an album and I post it and it's Name Your Price, pitch that artist at least $1, huh? And to help them make new music. So, all right. That was first in the set. Let's see. What we got second? I'm looking. Trying to get back to that screen. Switching screens is such sweet sorrow. All right. And then Likes Up with Lights Out featuring Pix. Everything off of that Profound Mysteries album. The 3-album trilogy so far. They haven't said what it's going to be. If it's a trilogy or they're just going to keep naming albums Profound Mysteries and then giving them a number. I think that would be hilarious, but I'd laugh. Anyway, this is the official visualizer that you saw. And they've done this entire thing for Profound Mysteries where they've posted this special sort of very out there visualizer. It's a very interesting rendering of some CG objects, and things rotate and float around them, and it's interesting. It's an interesting visualizer. And then the videos, they post shorts. They've got lots of collaborations with friends and filmmakers. Sorry, this feels driving me nuts. Everything's driving me nuts. So these visualizers are really awesome, but they keep posting shorts of the actual videos. The actual videos are really, really incredible and tell the story well. Tell different parts of the story. It's an interesting series so far. Or maybe the series is forever. Like I said, who knows? I guess we'll find out, won't we? And then you've got a track by Shirley Hurt, who has a really fantastic voice. And the record company themselves, which are Telephone Explosion Records, state that she has a baritone range. And I'm listening to it, I'm like, yeah, that's quite possible. Anytime females are able to sing in baritone, it's quite incredible. Sort of like Morton Harkinson of Aha, being able to sing up into the upper soprano range. That's it. Anytime somebody is way outside their range or able to affect lots and lots of range, I'm there for it. I want to hear it. Freddie Mercury me a little, please. I love it. So I'll read you this from the record label. Shirley Hurt's third single, Charioteer, serves up more of her debut self-titled album's minimalist avant-garde folk pop. And like I said before, avant-garde folk pop is that freak folk, somewhat like Devendra Banhart and Joanna Newsom. I'd tend to vote for that, but we'll let artists name their own genres, right? And labels name the genres that they're doing. So, avant-garde folk pop. The track slinks forward in almost cabaret-like fashion with quiet, brushed drumming and finger-picked guitar. Hurt weaves a story lyrically with a sultry baritone vocal performance. And I swear I'm going to have to look that up. Because is it fully baritone? Is any female other than Ima Sumac? She does have that same sort of low range, but I'm skeptical. I'm going to have to look it up. You know what? Give it to a soprano. A mezzo-soprano at this point. To look that up, right? Yeah. Anyway, Hurt weaves a story lyrically with a sultry baritone vocal performance, while sparse piano and saxophone punctuate the track's final chorus, which is so cool, isn't it? And it's really a neat video. Like the video. Post the link for you here in a few. I promise. I'm on it. I'm trying. Giving you... no. That's not what's supposed to happen. No. Giving you all the information on these tracks takes time. Yeah. All right. And then Angelo De Augustine with 27. And this is the music video for this one. And I started following Angelo De Augustine when he worked with Sufjan Stevens, and their collaboration was just gorgeous, beautiful music all the way through. And I did love it. So, let's see if I've got a link here to this. Or if I'm going to have to look it up. Yeah, it looks like I'm going to have to look it up. That's all right. We can do that on the fly. I'm right. You know I'm right. Angelo De Augustine. Here we go. Trying to get the Bandcamp page for this artist up in front of me. Yeah. Here we go. All right. I'm looking for a release date here. I want to say this was released in December. Can't quite be sure. Till I get the album up in front of me. Here we go. 27 Hologram is the name of the album. By Angelo De Augustine. And I'll read you the artist bio real quick. Angelo De Augustine is an artist and songwriter living in Thousand Oaks, California, a suburb of North Los Angeles. And it says where he grew up. His new album, A Beginner's Mind, a collaboration with Sufjan Stevens, is due out September 24th, and that's last year, via Asthmatic Kitty Records. This record itself looks like its release was the 17th of November this last year. And it's interesting. Here we go. Augustine began work on 27 in 2019 while recording initial demos that would become A Beginner's Mind, and features instrumental assistance from friend and label mate Sufjan Stevens. Hologram alternately disguises its depths in the body of a simple folk song, starting in 5/4 time. Oh, check that out, 5/4. That's neat. The track's dexterous octave jumping melody subliminally sorry my friends, I swear, subliminally morphs into a 3/3 waltz before quickly dissolving into a 4/4 chorus. Its lyrics depict dystopian and hellish landscapes painted over with age-long myths, games of telephone, and what it means to be evil, and how evil itself is often misunderstood. These two settings are his first new music since 2021's acclaimed collaborative EP with Sufjan Stevens, A Beginner's Mind, and his first solo work since 2020's dual tracks, Santa Barbara and Blue. Oh, I do love Angelo D'Agostine. He does such beautiful, dreamy work. Am I right? You know I'm right. I ask that all the time. Am I right? I don't even need the answer, do I? No, I don't. I know. Okay, so up in the next set, we're going to hear from Ethel Cain. First time I heard from Ethel Cain was on one of my collectives, I believe the David Dean Burkhart list. And Ethel Cain has published a song about being a topless dancer, which I was like, wow, that is awesome subject material. And now we've got Famous Last Words, an ode to eaters. And I'm going to look this up on SoundCloud. For some reason, it's published on SoundCloud, not Bandcamp. But I'll get that link for you as well. Looking. It says that this song is about bones. Well, that's interesting. I love Ethel Cain. She is such a exemplary, lay it all out there artist. And in a beautiful way, too. Beautiful dream pop and shoegaze type sounds out of this artist. All right, let's see. Then you're going to hear, well, eventually, I'm going to get my arrow there. Nice. Then you're going to hear On Borrowed Time. This is a band called Bone Pixie, and they are squarely darkwave. But this new offering of theirs, On Borrowed Time, is a masterful piece of reflections of like 90s darkwave and post-punk and ethereal and just some of the epitome, when I think of it, of dream music, like it would have come out on 4AD. It's just really beautiful. You're going to like it. And then I'll just go ahead and tell you, 2 by Sunfear, leaving us out of that set. I'll give you more information when you come back. Until then, here's some Ethel Cain with Famous Last Words, an ode to eaters.
tonight. I have no wish for you. I have no dream that much. Oh, can you believe I'm singing again? See the rain is so deep tonight. I have to stay alone. For take back everything from me. Can you believe it's happening? See the rain is so deep. In the red light.
Fun times, missing cues all over the place, man. So those last two songs you heard were by Work Wife, or not Work Wife. What am I saying? Sun Fear. Oh, they are so good. Are they not? They're fantastic. Kind of shoegaze dream pop band, and from Turkey. Can you believe it? That's cool, huh? So you heard the Time and the Loved Ones. Before that, Ethel Cain, Famous Last Words and Ode to Eaters, and On Borrowed Time. Now that Ethel Cain track, like I said, this comes from an artist who I swear you can barely find on Bandcamp. I think just recently I finally spotted her there. But the first place I ever found this artist's work, come on. Cursor not working. Fun times. All the things. Just piling up here. Anyway, Ethel Cain, Famous Last Words. I will find this link eventually. You know how it goes. Sometimes you got to dig. Like I said, not available on Bandcamp. And let's see. Google has mention of it. And I'm looking to see. Looks like this song was shared on SoundCloud. But I am very fond of the work of Ethel Cain. She seems to be just doing things that are very, what shall we say, feel heavy. Is that a good way to put it? Maybe. All right, and then let's see here. What do we got? Up next in the set, you heard On Borrowed Time by Bone Pixie. I have enjoyed their album. This is a band that regularly hits my post-punk list because it is squarely post-punk. And this was released in August, and I'm going to find the link for you because I want to say that this is the title track of the album. Could be wrong here. Hold on. Bandcamp forthcoming. And I am trying to get to links, but I get distracted, my friends. It happens. And these are, by the way, the last 4 songs of the show today because I have overrun my banks. It's 2:10 my time, so that's when my show ends. So 2 o'clock. So On Borrowed Time, yeah. Looks like this was released as a track on the 12th of August. And possibly Bone Pixie has new stuff out. Sorry. It be like that. Their last... Let's see, is this just a track as well? Yeah. Well, I want to get a date on it. Soledad Verglas was the last track put up on our Bandcamp page. It says it was made for the Gothy Disorder Winter Song EP. That was last year in December. So Bone Pixie hits my post-punk lists rather often simply because everything they've put out has been amazing. Just good stuff. So I'll post that link for you as well. I'm still a little behind. A lot behind. So, let's see. What did you hear next in that set? Let me look at it. Dude. Following along with my own list has been fun. I get behind even by a little bit. I get thrown off track and I'm very late. Anyway, this is the next 2 tracks in the set were Sun Fear with The Loved Ones and The Time. And like I said, this artist is from Turkey and just really beautiful stuff. I've really enjoyed everything that I've heard from this artist. And I'm looking for the name of the release that this came from. From Istanbul. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? And these could be YouTube only tracks so far. I'm looking, trying to find out. Yeah, I think they are. I think they're YouTube releases. Because I'm not finding them on the Bandcamp page so far. I think that these are actually on SoundCloud. So I'm going to click that link and go to SoundCloud and just find these. Because not everything hits the Bandcamp page. It's interesting. So this is an artist by the name of Aylol Deniz. And I'm looking for all of this. It's interesting. Okay, so here I've got Sunfear's Octopus. Very interesting. And so that's Sunfear's last album. I am not sure. Anyway, I will post the SoundCloud link for you. Sometimes it is hard to figure out where to purchase the songs that you're hearing for me. I have to dig up the links because they're not forthcoming on the YouTube posts on the pages or anywhere else. Sometimes they don't match. To wit, that's not good SEO from a former business owner. So it should be something that gets fixed, hopefully, and then Sunfear as a band will probably sell a whole lot more because aren't they beautiful? Aren't they just lovely and dream pop ethereal? I love Sunfear. They're good. I play them on my Shoegaze Wednesday show. But more than anything, I used to play them a lot of Sunfear on my Shoegaze Wednesday shows and Dream Thursday shows. But it is what it is. It's a subscription that when I saw they had a new track released, I was like, check that out. I don't remember Sunfear. And then I did once I heard the music and I was like, oh, that's awesome. So I'll try and get you some support links for this band and for those tracks. All right, my friends. I am Maledicta. I have overrun my banks on my show. Been here for, I guess it's only 15 minutes extra. That's not bad. But I will bring you more new Dream tracks next week. And we will start with Indigo Spark, who's the last artist you heard a little snippet of. I'm loving Indigo Spark. Just really good stuff. And this newest album, you're going to hear a whole lot of really cool songs from it. 3, in fact, I designed a set of 3. We'll start there next week. Yeah. And let's see, where are we at here? I want to look at the track number that we're on. Look at how many tracks we have to go. So when I start with the Indigo Spark, it'll be track 54 of 69. So next week should be the last week of Rooted Show Dream Tracks. And I thank you for listening to it. It's all really beautiful music, and I strive to always bring you beautiful music. And Ian, you're welcome. Love the tracks. Love the album. It's good. All right. I am Madam Maledicta. I will be back with you for Shoegaze Wednesday. I'm going to go take care of this what does it benefit me message that I got. So I will chat at you tomorrow for Shoegaze Wednesday. You may hear it on Eardrum Buzz Radio, or you may not. I don't know. But you can always go back and get the replays of last week's list, which was the new tracks list for Shoegaze Wednesday. This week, we're doing a catching up and play whatever I want by the seat of my pants episode, which actually, memory serves me. So I posted the link to that list and to my Shoegaze Wednesday playlist for a friend on YouTube. And they said, oh, thank you for this gift. I'll be looking forward to the show. And I had to say, oh, yeah, that's right. Shoegaze Wednesday, I was off doing doctor things last week because I got very sick. So I'm rebroadcasting the list. Gonna have some good stuff for you. New Blood Pick Me. Oh, I love this band. And then we're going to hear a show that I think I'm going to change the name of, my Doom show. So I'm not going to mention the name right here because it tends to, I don't know. We all have this thing in English with curse words, and it's unnecessary, and that's why they call me Madam Maledicta, because I like to use them and I relish doing so. But the name of my show has a nice little taboo curse word in it. You know what I'm talking about, right? The Shoegaze Wednesday companion show, formerly known as maybe Let's All Fucking Die. So I thought about it, and it was brought to my attention, hey, you know, when you were a kid following all sorts of shoegaze stuff, there is no way that anybody would have wanted you to listen to a show by that name. So, truth. That's truth. Hold on for a second. I'm going to fix some mic levels. Okay, maybe I'm not. It's the end of the show. It's all good. So yeah, I was reminded of that, and reminded of the fact that even the kinds of music that were on it were a detractor for some parents. And I thought about it, and I was like, yeah, if my daughter were listening to this show, she would tell her dad, yeah, I like that show, but I'm not telling you the name of it. And I was like, nah, you know what? Maybe I'll change the name so that it's not a detractor for listeners. I can do what I want with this channel, the Maledicta radio channel, because it's mine now. Do whatever I want with it. I could always do whatever I wanted with the Eardrum Buzz show too. I had freedom there, and it was lovely, and I appreciated it very much. And to wit, that show started as a radio show, so yeah, it is what it is. So I might rename it just to make it more listenable for some people. So, you know what? If you've got name ideas, let me know. But that's tomorrow, Shoegaze Wednesday, and then the Doom and Doomgaze show, which I may or may not keep the name of. All right. I am Madam Maledicta. I am off to another doctor's appointment. Woohoo! And I will chat at you later. I bid you all a fond adieu. Come back tomorrow and see me.